Good morning! Good morning, everybody. How are you doing? I'm doing okay. I got very tricked, though, by the time zone thing this morning. Like, obviously my clocks are set right, but I don't usually set an alarm for stream because I would always wake up for 9. But turns out that today 9 is 10. So we're running a bit late, but I don't think I'm the only one who would have missed that hour's sleep. So we're all just running a bit later today, and that's fine. I think. Maybe it's just me. We're going to be doing some robots today, everybody. We're going to be drawing some cute robot friends. Because I am planning. I'm scheming. And I'm scheming... I'm scheming another, like, tabletop stream, everyone. I really enjoyed it, and we're going to be doing another one soon. And all I can say is that it involves robots. So we're going to be drawing some robots this morning. Good morning, Penguin Queen. Yes, that is exactly what happened. I woke up at 7 AM and thought, it feels like an oddly early 7 AM. Went back to sleep because it's Sunday and I don't want to be up at 7. And next thing I knew, it was 10:15 and I was like, wait, what? What happened? When did that happen? And then my brain caught up and I remembered it was like spring forward, time skip. And I was like, ah, okay. So yeah. Fun morning where I was like, well, guess I'm streaming at 11. Though we are still a bit early. Your alarm went off, and you was like, why am I so sleepy? I normally wake up a bit before it. Yeah. The springtime change sucks. Because it's the one where you lose an hour. It's the bad one. So I think everyone's just gonna be sleepy today, and maybe for the next couple of days. Depends. Oh well. But, okay, if I come over to Illustrator, I've been a busy bee this morning, I have some potential shapes for our robot friend. 7 potential shapes. Obviously, some of them could be like others as well. Like some of them could fit into others, but I thought, considering our basic friend shape, I wanted to get people's opinions on the friend shape. So, Penguin Queen, since you're definitely here, what friend shape are we feeling for this robot? I imagine it's a small floaty robot, and it can have limbs. This is just its basic shape. The eyes can be changed up, like, you know, this is very much, I've drawn some shapes, and this is the start. But I thought this would be a fun way to start with robots. Because I'm not, you know, full disclosure, robots aren't like my thing. Like, some people can draw robots and you're like, holy crap, that's ridiculous. But, you know, I mean, I feel like they look okay, but I'm not like a big robot drawing person. But we can definitely add some wires and some little arms and some other things. I don't know what I'm leaning towards right now, but yeah, Penguin Queen. Definitely want to know your opinion on this one. While I wait, I'm gonna have a sip of tea. So many options, considering 1, 7, and 6. Okie dokie, let's move them onto a different layer so we can study them. So 1, 7. Now 7 a choice because it's a dice. Because I thought that could be fun. Okay. The rest of you disappear. We have 3 friend shapes now. Is it because it's like a... yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Exactly. Okay. We could maybe do a bit more with these 3. And see what sticks. Let me think. Like I could add some arms and then maybe that would help. Maybe that would help narrow it down. Or something like that. I'm having a think while I have a dance. I might mix up the eyes as well. Just so that we've got a bit of a thing going, which means if I'm going to start properly drawing, I need my pencil. So let's get that up. There we go. Okay, now we're ready. So let's mix up some stuff. Let's unlock it so I can get to the eye. Let's give this one just these nice little dark eyes with maybe a little highlight on them. So cute. It's already so cute. And then maybe this one has got... Nah, I don't like it thicker, but what I think I need to do is like double it. And it could be maybe like a lens. And then, I mean, this one's definitely gonna be the weirder one when it comes to eyes. Maybe we don't do a circle at all. Yeah, like this long... There we go. That looks pretty good, actually. I think that matches. Let's make sure it's in the middle. Let's add some limbs as well. Yeah, because the width... I'll only make a puppet of one of these. You know, whichever one we all like the most, we'll probably get a full model. So... I'm gonna have a swig of tea. I'm actually very happy to have some tea because I was so frazzled this morning, I had some coffee to wake myself up, so it's nice to be back on tea. As always, I would like to ask about people's breakfast this morning. What did people have? Did anyone have anything exciting? As exciting as breakfast can be. I'm thinking this one's got like these like wires, and then we like take 2 of them to make like the arms. Eggs and potato waffles. Ooh, oh, I'm out of potato waffles. No. I love potato waffles. That's why I'm out of them. I want it to still be straight. There we go. And then Oh no. Just these. I think I need to account for the hand being on them. And then maybe it's like a little claw shape. Like that. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I do like the way they're all kind of shaping up, though. I'm not entirely sure if I'm sold on the highlight being up there. It looks a bit ominous, but I think it looks a bit more robotic. And then this one I think could have like panels. So we've got like that. And then we got the panels. So like the arms could come out of the panels maybe. So it's got like this little, like maybe this one spends most of its time like an egg. And when it needs its arms, like these panels, oh nope, they don't stretch, they rotate, they open up like that, and then there's like an arm, is what I'm thinking. So I might do a bit more. How do I give a D20 arms? Interesting. A conundrum? I think I just go for it, is what the answer is to that. Like, let's just go with a big chunky arm. And then that would be the elbow. Like we've got a circle. There we go. I like the panels, different arms could come. Yeah, like so maybe this robot's got like loads of attachments. Like he's got arms and he's got like a frying pan attachment for when he wants to cook eggs. Or like a like a peeler. I don't know why I'm thinking of all cooking attachments. Maybe like a spanner attachment for when it needs to be like mechanical and fix things. There you go, there's something that doesn't belong in a kitchen. My brain instantly went, yes, different attachments. Ways I can cook things. Yeah, and obviously I can take bits and pieces, so if we like these really stringy arms, they could have the stringy arms. If we like the bigger arms, it can have the bigger arms. This robot represents a lot of possibilities. I'm thinking we go like this. And then I can maybe do some shaping with a path. Yeah, maybe. I think that needs to still be like there. And then if I think about how big the hand, maybe, do I want this one to have fingers? Yeah, let's give this one fingers because the other one's got like a claw. Let's divide this shape into a grid because this looks about like the size that I want it. And I think we need like another circle that everything's attached to. And then we want to bring these two down so they're attached. And then I think he needs a thumb as well. But I don't know how to fit it on. Yeah, let's make sure we pop it on the right point. Maybe, yeah, I mean, I feel like the robot needs opposable thumbs. Yeah, I don't like that. I like this. I like this, but I don't like the way that the thumb was going. Maybe I just need another circle. That kind of works, but yeah, I think I need to move everything over. Because I don't like that attached to the circle. I just think the angle is wrong. Rotate them around a bit. We'll get there. This robot will definitely have fingers soon. Okay, that's a bit better. Yeah, I think it needs to be long to sell it in. No, look, I'm gonna give that another go. I think I can do it. I think I just need to keep it straight for the time being, and then I can rotate it afterwards. If I include the thumb in my calculations, maybe that will work better. Okay, I think that is working better. And now let's make it a thumb size. Yeah, okay. Okay, I think we're getting somewhere. I just realised I haven't saved, so let's do that. Save. Robot. There we go. This one has massive arms. What are people feeling? I mean, I can give this one arms as well if it will help. Is there a particular favourite at this point between these three? I'm gonna just group everything so I don't get confused with my layers. The one on the left, so the egg. I'm gonna dub him the egg for the time being. That's fair. I think there's the most potential to be cute here. There we go, I've just separated everything. So that I can maybe give him some arms. Boop. Okay, well let's turn this guy off, because I don't think we're gonna be doing much that we can steal from that one. Might just steal this arm, but we can try and draw a different one in a second. Ooh, actually, I quite like it, I think. If it's like under the hatch instead, and then obviously I'd have to draw a line in the background. It oddly goes, despite the fact that I didn't draw it for this robot. The arm works, yeah, that's a cool arm. I might play with the proportions a bit, so like maybe the top of the arm is longer so that it's not like a massive bicep, but okay. If we're leaning towards this guy, I'm gonna have to turn the D20 Tron off for the time being. But that means I can take this one and duplicate it. There we go, so we have like idle form and a version where his arms are coming out. Okay. I am glad we have found the right robot. There we go. It just feels a little bit better. I think maybe I want that a bit longer as well. I think maybe just... Nah, I think just overall, not just the bottom, I want to scale it in a little bit. Now, I think maybe it's too long now. Yeah. Okay, but it needs an inside. So like if I just draw this square in for its back panel. For the time being, let's go with a grey. Just so we can see that, like, there's a compartment there. I'm pretty happy with this little dude. Can take another swig of tea. Now, the question with this guy is how will he emote? Because if he's going to be a puppet, we need a way for him to emote. So I can go with some symbols in the eyes, or we can switch the eyes entirely. Like maybe we could try a different eye that maybe I could put a symbol in. What do you think, Penguin Queen? Do we like the eyes? Do we want to try and work with these eyes and like maybe put the symbols in these eyes? Or do we want to try and work with maybe something a bit bigger? I'm having to think about this one. I could try and make it work, I think. Or there might be other eyes that work. Or maybe we just leave the eyes but we add another thing. Like the eyes, but maybe a screen on the stomach. Or a hatch in the head with a mini pop-up signpost. I love it. I like the idea that it's like a little cuckoo hatch thing. It's just, we can give him a hatch, I think. I might want to bring the eyes down a bit. Let me just ungroup again so I've got access to the eyes. So what I might do is just bring him down a little bit. Just so we've got some room, it's not conflicting. Looks like he's got a little halo. Just want to make sure that these are in the same place. They're not quite. Is he shorter? No, he's just... I lowered him down somehow. That means the circles are definitely not in the right place. Okay. Let's pop him in. Okay, now I feel a bit more confident about this. Okay, we have a hatch. Ooh, where's that line gone? Let's redo that. Something weird happened there. There we go. There we go. It's got a nice hatch. Well, little roof now. And then, how would that open? Let's move you down. Let's move you down. No, I don't want to move it all. I just want to move the little headpiece. So maybe this opens up, and then we need like another back piece. Let's say let's go to the sides maybe. A line in the middle so it opens like doors. Yeah, I think that would make sense. He's got like a little hat going on this way. I don't hate it, but it's not... I don't know what the purpose of it is. So let's revert that. Be like that, or maybe it's like, I don't know, like this way. I'm having to think. Maybe let me combine this back. I think maybe we'll just try it like just with the door. Maybe we'll try a different shape. It's looking a little bit phallic for my taste. Trying to make sure that these eyes are in the middle as well. There we go. I think that looks a little better. Because it's contained. Yeah, I think that's a bit better. And then it also means that we need a back plate for the doors as well, so that if they open, or when they open, I think for the time being I'll duplicate so that I can retain the shape. I think actually the easiest thing to do would be to have another shape intersect. There we go. We have doors. I'm gonna just tidy this up. So I have closed and open. And then we got the body, and then that's the back. Sweet. There we go. We got there. It was a bit fiddly, but we got there. And then yeah, the idea was like a flag or something. I think. Looking. Let's look up. A hatch with a mini signpost. Okay, cool. Is it like a flag, or we say mini? I know, like, I like the idea that it can fold, which is why I'm like, it's so big, but it folds. Trust me. Let's make this kind of thick. I want it to be a bit more square. There we go. And we can have whatever emoji this robot is feeling at the time. Oh, I want that gone. I want to grab this. There we go. There we go, he's so happy. Oh my god. So cute! What a precious bean. Yeah, so then we can put other flags on there. So a big thing I need to think about now is, now we've got like some of this design down, which I really like. I really like this. I need to think about how I'm building it, because at the end of the day this needs to work as a functional puppet. So I'll need to make sure I build things in a way, like maybe I want to have some basic animation frames for the arms opening so it doesn't just cut to the egg versus arms shape. So now that I've got that done, I might have to go back and redraw a few things so that I can animate it in the right way. But I think I like where we're at. And maybe a colour scheme, because at the moment I've just been hashing things out in just black, white and grey, but it'd be nice to give them some colour, so maybe we'll do that as well. I'm gonna have a quick break. I'll be 10 minutes, so that'll give my brain a chance to reset and I can think about all those questions, and then I can come back and be like, I know how I'm gonna do them. So yeah, get a drink, have a stretch, and I will see you all in 10 minutes. I am back! Hello everybody! I'm back and I'm ready to turn this friend into a puppet. And that's very exciting for me. What I think I'm gonna do is I'm going to pop this one over as a reference, but I probably won't be using this shape. I probably will just use the one we have here. And let's pop him in the center. I'm also gonna scale him down a little bit because I think he'll be happier this size on the canvas. And before I do any of the building, I want to try and nail the color scheme a bit more. Well, I want to start nailing it. So I think that's our next point of call, is getting some color on this robot. So thinking like a, you know, for the neutral happy thing, like a cyan, maybe just like the emojis can be the emoji color. Maybe they're not really a part of this, but I like keeping it white. I just want to get some blue in there, you know what I mean? Or like, you know, at least off-white. So just for the time being, I'm gonna get that ready for my colors, and let's pick some colors. I'm gonna go over to Kulu.co and I'm gonna get some stuff going over there. Cyan sounds good. Yeah, I just thought it's like quite a nice friendly robot color. I do like the idea of, though, if we have an attack mode, because I do want the arms to also have like lasers, but we'll get to that point. I'm not ready for that yet. We'll get there, and we'll make it turn red at that point, I think, if we can. But currently, I'm looking for a cyan. Aha, that's quite a good one. And then maybe we'll have... So let's get these colors on so you guys can see them. Thinking this is a nice cyan color, and then maybe we'll give the body like an off-white so that it's not completely just normal white, I guess. And the same with the black, it's just like got a bit of a blue undertone. It's a very subtle difference. Maybe we'll get that red in ready. You know, it's nice, it's a nice like pinky red, which I think will go well. And then, do we need another colour in this palette? I'm not entirely sure we do. Maybe just like maybe like a dark teal instead of grey for the insides. Maybe the attack mode is magenta. So there's cyan, yellow. Oh, okay. No, that makes sense. CMYK, I got ya. Cool. Yeah, and I will pop a yellow in there. That's almost magenta, isn't it? I think it just needs to be like a little lighter. I think it might just be a bit dark. Let's brighten it up a bit. Yeah. There we go. And then let's try and get a yellow in there then. Let's see. This is an orange, but I think it might go well with the rest of the colours. I I think it goes nicely. Or... Nah, this is brighter. Yeah. I think this looks quite nice. Quite vibrant. I think that will suit our robot friend. Awesome. Okay, let's ungroup stuff. Yeah, the first thing I think I need to do with these is to like outline the stroke maybe. I'll keep it as is, so what I need to do is, the thing I always forget to do is add all these colours to my swatches, otherwise I can't select them and I'm gonna have a hard time. There we go. Cool. Okay, they're in their swatches. They can go on the same layer as the guide robot, so I can't accidentally drag them about. So let's just fix up everything here. So I want to just change that line color, and then I want to give it the off-white. And it also helps me, like, it may seem like I'm doing a lot here for very little visual difference, but it also is like an excuse for me to go in and check that all the line widths are correct and that there's not a fill on when there isn't supposed to be. So it is a lot of faffing, but I think it's a lot of faffing for good reason. Let's do the wings. I'm gonna call them wings. They just seem like that's what these panels would be called. So I need to remove the back from this shape, and then I can just select it and it's all the same color. And then let's get the back plates in. We want them to be like this dark teal. Ooh, that's looking nice. Question, do I want to do the same with the eyes? So we've got just black eyes, or we have, oh, they're very pale, the teal eyes, or we've got like the dark teal. I think I'm leaning towards black or dark teal, or maybe instead of white we have the light teal. Ooh, yeah. Because otherwise I'm like, I want to get that colour in there. So I think that makes sense. Let's get that. There should be no fill on that one. Liking it. Awesome. Thank you, Penguin Queen. Do I want that to be the teal or just the white, maybe? Let's get the yellow in. Maybe, I think I want to try and get more of this, like, cyan in. Just a little bit. think maybe it could work on the cyan after all. Yeah. What are we thinking? Are these circles okay to be cyan, or were they better just white? I think I kind of like having the joints another colour. I think it helps kind of sell in what's going on here. I'm gonna have a swig of tea. You like the colour joints? Awesome. Thank you very much. Yeah. Gosh, it's so cute. Yeah, I think this works. Don't know if we want some more wires now that I've got colours to work with. If I like solo the back panel, like maybe we want just some cyan electronics kind of running through. What does a circuit board look like? Let's have a look-see. Okay, so we need some circles in there. So we'll just take this down. Okay, I like it, but I think I need to maybe just, I think, change it up. But I think that helps get some nice color in there. Where is it? There we go. Let's group the back together so I can see everything. Oh, I missed one. Get you in there. Okay, so I think I need like a pattern. Just get rid of these ones. We start in the middle. And then I don't want that part visible there. Interesting. I think maybe I'll flip those. Let's see what it looks like the other way up. Cool. Let's get some more circles in, I think. Yeah. What do we think of the pen? Is it too much? I think it makes him look a little bit more electric. I'm gonna have a swig of tea. Yeah. I like it. Looks good. Yeah! Thank you. Cool, this layer back. Okay. So now I think I need to try and think of how we will work. Let's close the sunroof. Okay, so the eyes need to be separate, and I think just for even though they're stacked on top of each other, I'm gonna call one left and one right, because that's the naming conventions in Character Animator, and I want them to be seen as different eyes. I will call this pupil, and I'm going to duplicate the circle, the pupil, because I think it would be good to call this mode idle, and then this mode, where everything is red, attack. And if I have my naming conventions sorted out now, it's gonna save me a world of hurt down the line. This does mean with the background colours I'm gonna need to give them the same treatment, but that's okay. I think I know how to do that. If I link them all to the same trigger, then it should be possible to change the colour. So I'll do that as well, just so that that is set up. There we go. It's gonna look interesting. You might want to change that inside color as well, so that that dark cyan is maybe that magenta I had in the first place. So let's unlock my color palette. let's get that alternate red. Might need to go a bit darker still. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, definitely needs to be darker still. Let's add the darker still to the color palette. Yeah. So when it's in attack mode, and then we'll do the same with these circles as well. Though I'm not sure we'll have normal arms in attack mode, but just in case, then it's set up. Let's see. Let's have a think. How would I need to switch these out to make it work? I know how to switch out the hands. It's switching out some of the other limbs that could be tricky. So I might have to make that white. Or I just pre-compose. Yeah. Okay, so if I group this shape all together, then I should be able to, in theory, switch out the colours without breaking my model. I know it sounds like I'm just babbling about technical nonsense, and I apologize. I will, it'll all become clear when we build this thing. There we go. Ooh, I like it in red. Looks good. Looks ominous. Okay, so this is the right arm. And this is the left arm. And that should help me if I want to change these into, you know, like laser guns instead of hands. Like maybe I change out like this top of the arm will always be the same, and then everything else is changed from here. And this is the left wing. And this is the right wing. Nice. And this is the body. Okay. We've layered some things. I can stop babbling now. let's change him back to idle. Just because I feel like idle is just cuter. It feels less threatening. Okay. I'm gonna call this sunroof because I find it, I genuinely feel like it's a sunroof. And then the flag needs to be... So if I was to put it behind everything, it would still work. I'm just figuring out the best place for the sign layer-wise. I think behind everything. I think that would work the best. Because then, when the doors close, it can close on top. I just want to make sure that I can still rotate these back into position. Yes. Excellent. I did a smart thing and had them at a good angle by the look of it. Always work in 45s. Solid angles just mean it's much easier later down the line, but like you can always refine later, I find. Okay, now that I think he's in parts, I might draw some different attachments that this particular boy might need. And we'll start with the emojis. Because that is going to be the way that we emote. We might add some other things as well, but this is going to be the important part. And now I'm just thinking of how I need to layer that, but that's fine. I can do that in a bit. We got a happy emoji. Let's do a grumpy one. Nope. Oof. Work with me, Illustrator. Oh, so grumpy. That's not a happy robot. So I think we need happy, we need sad, we need angry, scared, and surprised. So for consistency, let me duplicate those eyes. There we go, that was the one. We could do that, or I think actually what would work better is if we just have it like across the top of the eyes. Like this. Oh my god! So I might change the color of the flag. Okay. I'm just copying the flag in so that I can change the color for every emoji, because I think it needs to probably be something, maybe just the white one, so that the blue doesn't clash. And then for angry, maybe we'll make it yellow. So that we've got some different things going on. And I just remembered I wanted like a shy emoji, so we can do that as well. So we can make this flag the magenta. I think that works pretty well. I might try like a line version on top. They're all so cute. Thank you. There we go. Oh my god, so shy. And I think we can do like a love heart one that maybe just has like a plain background like the scared one. We can remove all of this. I don't know if this needs a line around it, honestly. Yeah. There we go. We have a nice combination of emotions. I think I'm just missing like a kind of mixed surprised and scared. I'm not sure if I need like a separate one because I think maybe happy kinda encapsulates it. Or what do we think? Do we think we need like a separate? Maybe not, because I think like maybe the heart will cover it. Do we need another emotion? Am I missing something? I don't mind adding another flag. Gonna take a swig of tea. I'm just happy that, yeah, this robot can emote so well. I think I want to add like some basic animation to them as well. So like maybe these lines around the heart, like just like 2 framed animations, so maybe the heart beats. I'm not sure what the shy one does. Maybe the lines like kind of just jiggle. And these will be like the eyebrows, I think. Just some simple stuff I think will make it look a little bit more alive. But before all that, I want to try and draw some arm attachments. So I think we'll probably need some lasers. That's a given. But is there any other arm attachments? Like, I don't know. Should I just go for the lasers and we can just see if anything kind of crops up? I think that would probably be best, so that I can just get some stuff done. Oh, but I am out of tea again. So I'm gonna have another quick break. I'm gonna get more tea. Everybody think of arm attachments. And let me know in chat, and I'll see what we do next. We'll definitely do some lasers, but if someone comes up with a good idea, then maybe we'll do some more arm attachments. But have a stretch, get a drink, and I will see you in 10. Hello everybody, I'm back. Just sorting out my microphone. I have tea again. And I'm ready to keep going. I also just want to point out that we only have 2 days left on the Beat Saber thing and we're only halfway raised, so if people want to give some channel points, Beat Saber has some new songs out. I know that it wasn't super fair this time because I had a holiday and a break from streaming, so it didn't give people a huge chance to put some points in for the challenge. So, you know, we'll see. It'd be good to put some points in, and then if not, we'll run it again, and then we'll maybe do a Beat Saber stream if people want it, and if not, then I'll try a different kind of challenge. But they are good new songs. I promise. I'm having a lot of fun with them. Cool. Let's see. So Penguin Queen, you said... I think lasers are a given. Maybe one big weapon as a super move, like a cannon. Ooh, maybe. Okay, let's start with the lasers. So let's come into the arm here. And let's duplicate what we have so far and call it laser. And I think we should keep that section, but then we'll get rid of the hand because we won't need that. I'm having to think about what color it should be. Like, do we have blue lasers? Surely the lasers are only out in attack mode. Surely we only need red lasers, right? And I think just a longer shape, like we don't need opposable thumbs or anything. But obviously I want it to look a bit more interesting than just a rectangle, so I'm just looking up some references. Let's just see what extra shapes I can pop on. Because it doesn't need a handle or a trigger, because it is the handle and the trigger. Maybe we want to put like a scope on there, or... or like a wing. Just anything to make it look a little bit more fancy. Okay. Let's just try a few different things and see what we like. So what I might do is I might have it come in like that. And then we can have all these separate bits on top. And I don't think that's quite center, so... yeah. This looks interesting. How are we feeling about this? I think it looks like a laser. Maybe we take this one off at the end and do something else with this front bit. Or maybe we've got like an antenna-y bit. And it all zaps out of this little bit. I think it looks sufficiently cartoony. Does it look like a laser? Yeah! I think that little ball on the end is actually pretty cute. There we go. Just want it to be straight. So it's just like a little zappy. And then they can be, you know, on both arms. So let's reflect it. Like that. Let's turn the rest of him to attack mode. Attack mode, activate. There we go. The happy sign is a bit odd. Let's close the sunroof. There we go. There we go. Yeah! He looks interesting. How do we feel now that we're there? everything's kind of the color it should be. Because these should be able to, like, you know, turn and point up and stuff. So, like, I'll revert it back so we can have it up. And then we can probably figure out the wing. They're menacing. Our cute little friend has suddenly become a lot more dangerous, that's for sure. Okie dokie then. Let's try and get that big laser gun going, because I like that idea. Do we want, like, 2 on both sides again? I think so. I think so. I think just 2 big lasers for an ultimate attack. I'm gonna have a swig of tea. It works for their class. Yay. Okay. Oh, accidentally moved it. I'm gonna... Now, I'm thinking I was gonna duplicate the laser. I want like a big robot arm cannon. And I don't know if I should go up, like redo the forearm and make it like really chunky. Yeah, I think for the ultimate, maybe I should duplicate that up. And I'll call it ultimate. More like... Ooh, that's huge. Maybe not that huge. Let me just get the rest of the shape together because it's going to continue to move around. But I like it. Look at the muscles. The muscles on this robot, they get stonk. I just think it could be funny. Yeah. I will just steal the elbow and then I can resize it. Okay. Let's get that elbow bigger. Ooh, not a circle. I would very much like a big old rectangle. Yeah, that's a better shape. We're gonna go huge. Just ridiculously huge for these cannons, because it's the ultimate move. Ah, yeah, this is looking suitably cannon shaped. Yeah, I actually really love this. I'm very into this. I just have to move that top bit down, don't I? Which I think I should probably do. Let's turn it on so that I don't lose it. Oh my gosh! I'm compressing the shape, that's why it's suddenly gone out of control. Wait. Let's just control your biceps, robot. I think that's a bit better. It's not quite there though, is it? Okay. That I'm happier with. They look cool. Like the robot could use them as jets. I think the robot can already fly, but maybe like, you know, if they needed to go somewhere like super fast. Angry. Angry robot. I feel like it's, you know, it's kind of implied that a robot in attack mode is angry, but it just looks better with it. I love those cannons. Those cannons look great. Okay, so we've got cannons, and then we've got lasers. And then with that we need the other arm, basically. So I'm gonna need, even though they're the same, I'm gonna need to duplicate it. Since that's also gonna need to swap, otherwise Character Animator will get very confused. Okay, I like that it's menacing without the emote, but with the angry face, it softens it a bit. Yeah, it becomes a bit more cartoony again, doesn't it? How does the cannon look just with the normal? I mean, the cannon looks okay with the normal arm, but I like that the chunky arm kind of just sells it in for me. Look at the big arms on this boy. We might almost be there. I'm trying to think if we needed anything else. Well, I think I wanted to add some extra bits to the emotions, like maybe put some blushes on the robot itself to go with the flag. So maybe we add some extra things. Let's see. Because what I'm thinking is we could add like one of these. Oh, no, I've gotten onto something I shouldn't have. Oh gosh. Let's draw it off of here so we don't accidentally attach the back. There we go. Super angry now. And I was thinking with the shy, maybe I want to see what the blushies look like. It's weird to be blushing in attack mode. So I might turn the attack mode off again. Back to idle. I like the blushes because it makes the second eye look a bit like a face. What do we think? I actually really like... I really like it, you know, as both, or, you know, one or the other. I like having the option there. I think it helps make it clearer. Because I think just having the anger mark could be a bit unclear. What do we think? Just because I don't want to close the eyes at all, because I don't think they would close. Like both, yeah. I think it's just for the extremes. And then what was our other emotions? We have love heart, we have scared. Yeah, I think those are the only two little extras I wanted to add. I think we might actually be there. We might need to do some rigging. So I actually want to do some animation on this robot, which means kind of, in my mind, going into After Effects and then rendering out some PNGs, because I need all the different frames for Character Animator to understand. Which I might do off stream, because I haven't done a lot of that. Oh, hey Ringtail! How are you? I mean, I could start it. I mean, what do you guys want to see me trying to figure out some animation stuff? Good to see you too. We're making a robot friend who's got a very confused emotion at the moment. There we go. Now they're just shy. We're making a little robot friend for like a VTube puppet. Love to see. Okay, we'll keep going for a bit then. This robot friend is going to be a puppet for a mask stream that I'm going to be running at some point soon. Ooh. And this will be one of the characters. So currently we've mocked them up and we wanted them to be a bit expressive, so despite being a robot they have some flags so they can express how they feel at any given time. And we also have some laser attachments and a cannon for an ultimate weapon. So we've got a lot of things going on. The things I want to try and animate is the flags coming in and out, which I'll have to do to each flag now that each flag is a different colour, but that should be fine because once I've got the animation I can duplicate it. And these opening and closing, so that if we want, we don't even need arms. You know, the robot can just be floating there like a little egg. I know capsule is probably a better term, but I just think of it as an egg. Oh wait, its eyes are still in attack mode. Hang on a second. There we go. And we have attack mode and idle colours, so there's a lot to go on with this puppet, but it's probably my most ambitious puppet yet. But I thought I'd go with it because it only has arms, it doesn't have any other limbs to worry about. So yeah, for the animations we'd need these opening and closing and the arms, maybe them folding out, but then I'd have to think about how they can switch to like lasers and stuff, so it may be that they just appear in pieces. But we'll see. Let's open up After Effects then. And we can play about with that there. Let's, for the time being, let's close the sunroof. Just got back from Mother's. Yeah, it is Mother's Day. Just as a reminder. I'm gonna be calling my mom after the stream. Could it naturally bob up and down a bit? So that I don't think it can if it's going to be attached to someone's face. If it's not, then maybe. But then it wouldn't be like movable. That is my that's my least priority because the person acting can do that. If they want a bit of a bob. And then, you know, it can also stay still if it needs to stay still. So if I can, I will, but I don't think so because of how much it's got going on. bought her some chocolates and a book of crosswords as she loves them and has been working through a book that she just finished. That's really nice. I used to buy my mum like crosswords a lot. Like that's something that she likes, but she's started buying them herself now because she likes them so much. So I don't have anything to get. I can't buy my mum chocolates because she's diabetic and she doesn't go out and she doesn't have any hobbies. So she's notoriously difficult to buy for. Animate some blinking lights. That maybe buy her a new hobby. I have definitely tried. Like I got her onto the puzzle books, and now she doesn't let me buy them because she buys them. It's a tough one. But wait, what are you gonna do? I go with flowers on Mother's Day because that's like, you can't get wrong. My mum would not do Sudoku. She would find that too difficult. Even though it's just... I don't think it is. I think she has it in her head that it would be difficult. She's a very stubborn lady. Some plants so she can take up gardening. That's the thing. So my mum is quite sick and she's not physically active. So trying to get her to do anything physical is not really an option, sadly. She used to bake, but obviously being diabetic now, that's just cruel. Yeah, that's fine. Like, it's not only my mum being stubborn. There's like a lot of reasons why I can't buy her things, but I usually go with cozy things. If she needs some new slippers or a dressing gown or a blanket, like they all usually are winners, but she doesn't need any of those at the moment. So flowers. Also that and just some comfy clothes. Like I just go for the comfiness. A simple plant to take care of, like a bamboo plant, that could work. Especially if it's a plant that's basically takes care of itself. That is a good shout. It's fine, I've already got her flowers this time, so I'm good, I'm on it. She should have received them already. But maybe I'll consider it for like her birthday. But her birthday's quite late in the year, so I'll try and remember that and stick that in my head. When am I a desk and a sucker looking after plants? So do I. I wish I was better at looking after plants, but I've just stopped having them around me because I can't take care of them. Okay, I need to get this robot friend into After Effects, so I'm trying to think of the best way of doing that. And I think the best way is just to, in the way that I have it currently. So let me just turn everything in this on and then pop it in. So I will come over to After Effects once I've got it in, because it's just a bit of a process of me popping it in. I mean, it should... Let me see if I have to turn things on, or it'll just pop it in without me having to turn them on and off again. Yeah, I do have to turn everything on. Everything needs to be on, and unfortunately I do need both the sunroofs on, because that was another thing I wanted to animate. And all the signs. So let's turn all the flags on. Let's get that in there. Okay. And then I'll need to turn on all versions of the arms. It always gets very technical once I move to animation, but we'll get there. As soon as it's imported, then we're good. I just like having a bit of a chat while I do it, because I don't necessarily have to think too hard about it unless something goes wrong. Otherwise, it's just clicking buttons. Yeah, I need to give my mum a call, but it was on my brain. I did remember. But also with the clocks changing, I think she'd be sleeping in today. Which is why I was a bit late, to be honest. Because I don't usually set alarms for stream, because I usually just wake up, and yeah, I did not today. Losing an hour always sucks. Okay. Got the arms in. What's next? Wings, that's good. They're easy. They are as they are. Eyes, let's turn both of those on. And then we can turn that back off. I'm just turning it all back off again in Illustrator because it keeps it tidy. And then the extras. I'm not sure how the effect is going to translate, but I want to turn the sign off as well here, don't I? And those open doors. Yeah, I'll have to pop the Gaussian blur back on. Oh, I missed an eye. How did I do that? Let's get that in. What one's the bottom one? This one's the bottom one. Okay. We should be able to come over to After Effects. I think we might have a little bit of a blip in the screen when I swap over, but there we go. We are over. Let's change the background so it's a grey so we can see things. Nice. I shouldn't need to do anything with the blush, so I'm gonna just get rid of these actually. And I'm gonna rename this one Left Arm because it is and should have been renamed in Illustrator as well. Let's make sure I do that before I forget. Cool, okay, now I'm in a place where I can actually start thinking about how these things animate. So let me just save the project or I'll have to go through that again. Let's make a new folder. Nice. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is just turn the arms off because I want these to open and close. So they need to be in the top corner, rotating. And this should be pretty straightforward. Let's see what it's like. Oh, hello, that didn't go to the top corner. You need to go into the top corner. You need to go where I told you to go. There we are. So, minus 45, and that should fit. Which means I think this one should be the other way. And then if we ease it... let's see... Okay. It's not a bad speed. I don't know if it's too fast or too slow. Well, it's definitely not too slow. Let's give it a bit more so I can have a think. Meow. I think that's a good speed. Just so that, well, this is its idle form, and we've got, if we get the What I'm planning on doing is saving all of these frames out as separate images. So all of these would be separate images to put into my project. So character animator can read them and trigger the animation when it needs to be triggered. So if I say like arms out, it will trigger this. Do 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 do. And then it should hold, and then when the arms go back, it should play it backwards. Do 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 do. I think that's how it works. Like I said, I've not tried to do it before, but I know it has the capabilities. And I should do the same with the sunroof. So I'm gonna need to think about this because currently I just have it as two shapes. I'm gonna probably need a mask. But we will figure that out in a second, so let me just move the positioning. And then if I turn the open one on, I know whereabouts I want to position it. So this one needs to go about there. And this one needs to go about there. Okay. And then I can probably remove the open. And I just need a map of this shape, which I'm gonna need to get from Illustrator, I think. So I'm gonna just merge the shape we have and then import it in. I'm gonna call it matte. And then I'm gonna, I think, copy it into this. And then hopefully, using one of the effects here, merge paths, we should be able to intersect, almost. We should be able to have these doors move. Exclude intersections, so add, subtract. Maybe I need another merge paths in here because it's only taking one. Okay. Let me have a figure out of what's going on here. Oh, wait, I think this is still on. Can't see anything. Okay, well that explains why nothing was working. Right. So this one needs to be turned off, and I need to put the merge paths here back. This is what happens. Whenever I'm not sure what's going on, I'm like, what is happening? Commences mumbling. We'll get there. This will be sexy and it will work. I promise. Okay. So now if it's just add. So if I turn that off, we should see this, but we don't. Why do we not? Is it somewhere else? Yes, it is. There we go. Look at me figuring this out. We can't see it because it's not there for some reason. Okay, let's move it in. Okay. Subtract. Ooh, okay, we're almost there. That's the opposite of what we want, but we're getting there. Commence mumbling is definitely a mood. Yeah. Good morning, Malk. Or afternoon. It's afternoon now. My god, my clock is completely off today. Intersect. Way! We've done it! It's doing what I want it to do. The robot moves. Okay. Okay, now we've got a sunroof, everybody. The sunroof does the sunroof thing. This is gonna look very cool if this works the way I want it to. I think it just seems like he's doing a happy little dance right now. I'm just very excited that I got that to work. That was a painful few minutes, but we got there. We fixed it. Okay. You're as happy as Husby's when he makes code function. I imagine so. It's very similar where you're like, this works. I know this works. There's like one thing wrong with it. Why do you not work? And just figuring out what the computer wanted you to do is just amazing. Okay. I think I'm going to do the flags first, because the flags, I have a bit more of an idea of what I want from them. Okay, now I'm going to stop doing that. So, the flags, are they inside my body comp? I think they are. Okay. We've got our lovely emote flags that need to also move with the doors. So, the first thing is just moving the position, because that's simple. It's bending the flag so that it fits through this space. That's the complicated part. So we need to make sure it's completely down and not visible, so that it can pop up like that. Let's just check the speed of that. I think that's a good speed. Like, it's fast, but we want to make sure that that works. I think what I might do is make the I know, I love it. I wanted this robot to be able to emote. You can see the sign in between. Okay, that's a good thing to note, because I'm gonna have to turn it on and off in a way, or maybe I'll have to scale it as well. But basically, it can't be visible there. But that's a thing for me to work out in a bit. The next thing for me to work out is this flag folding, which I'm gonna do just by messing with the flag shape. It shouldn't be too much of a thing, but you know, we'll find out. Because I'm thinking it's not going to be like a Constantina fold or anything. It's not worth going into that effort, because it's just going to be too small, or too quick of an animation rather. Or maybe we just have the flag turn. Ooh, yes, let's have the flag turn. Because then it gets rid of my problem with it being seen at the sides. I'm so smart. Okay. So we'll do that by duplicating the flag. I'm just trying to remember where all of my shapes are. So that is just the rectangle. I'm gonna first... Oh, there's loads of shapes in here. Okay. First of all, I'm gonna just turn off all the other flags, because just seeing all those paths gets a bit confusing. So Group 8 has my rectangle. And that means that's the heart, so let's get some names up in here so that I know what I'm doing. And that means all those other ones are lines. So they can just go together in here, and it's called lines. And then we can use a duplication of the rectangle as a mat. And what that means is I'm going to animate the rectangle turning around. And then I can apply that animation to what's below it. So I'm going to need a merge lines in there. All my lines though have got a sharp edge, and that shouldn't have been the case. It should be a round cap. They've gone straight for some reason. Is it because of the merge pass? I think it probably is. Yeah, it is. Let's change it. It should be here. Round, please. There we go. And then if I add another merge pass, everything goes blue for some reason. Okay, we won't do that. But what we will do is we will animate the size of this rectangle. And we will do 10 frames. And then we'll make the width 0. And then it will come out. Interesting that you're going blue merge pass. I think, what a conundrum. I'm gonna try potting the lines and the heart together. For some reason, it really wants to make this blue. It's an odd choice. And then maybe instead of it being up there, I do it down here. So we make another group. There's so many groups going on. Those in here. First of all, we just go to the rectangle because this is the easy part, and we go to the size and we paste those keyframes. And now we just need to apply that to the heart, which maybe we can do now. And we go intersect. Aha, okay, that does it. Kind of. Because we don't have our lines. But the lines is fine. Maybe I can just make that work in another way. Okay. Let's take the lines out. Don't think we need this at all. And then the lines can just come on when they're ready. Then I don't have to worry about them. We're almost there. Yeah! It's just I don't like the way it looks here, so we're gonna widen it. Ten is a bit too much. 5 looks like it might be good. So we have the flag go boop. Or now I know I've just spent a lot of time getting that to work. And it works. But I don't like the way that the heart is already there. So now I'm just thinking I can dismantle some of my groups and just have the emoji scale up after the flag comes on. Which might be easier. Now that I've done it really complicated, I'm thinking, well, there's probably an easier way of doing that. So I'm gonna just go back into this and have another think. Let's delete that, so... Gotta head off to call your mom, but animation's really good. Like, thank you! See you later, Penguin Queen. Thank you for sticking around. And I hope you have a good conversation with your mom. Hindsight's a poopy head. Yes, it is. Never mind. We got there. We will combine the lines and the heart, though. I'm gonna put that group back. Bye! We'll call it design, because I can do the same with any emoji then. We're gonna make sure that the center point is in the center. It is not. Currently it is all the way over here. Let's get that up here, otherwise it's gonna scale in a very weird way. So we are gonna transform the scale. So let's say around here, we'll have the design start to appear. Yeah! That looks so much better. And I think maybe we can even... How does it look? Oh, a bit. We need to just move it over a little bit. We need to make sure it clears the doors. And then it can come up and unfold. How does that look? I'm gonna let it play. Ooh! Hooray! It looks nice. We've got it. I think I've got how these flags unfold. I'm gonna press save before I lose it. And have a victory dance. Okay. And a swig of tea. Thank you. I think the challenging bit is going to be putting it together. I need all these animations separate, and then I can rebuild it in Character Animator to make like a puppet, like Dungeon down here. And then someone can control this robot and they can have all the different emotions. I'm like super excited. Like I want to try and push this one to see what I can do with it. Do something a bit more complicated. So I also want the lines, I just want there to be a little bit more animation on the lines and the heart, so I want it to just have like an idle animation. Which maybe I can have, maybe I can't, or maybe it just, when it comes on, there's a little bit of animation just to sell it in a bit more. So I just want those lines to just jiggle a bit and the heart to maybe scale a bit. And then we've got the lines. Okay, that should be all the points I need. So if we bring the heart in a bit, we can extend these lines a little bit. Yeah. So it just comes up and does a beat. Bum bum. I think it needs to do it as soon as it comes up. That pause I think is a bit weird. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what I was thinking. And then it can stop. Because I think having it loop would interfere with my on and off animation. But it's just an added extra to sell in the emotion. Okay. That's one flag. I need to copy some of this over to the other flags. So let me think about the stuff I need to copy. It is pretty much just the rectangle that I need to copy over onto all the flags, and the scale animation. So let's put it in the same place. That's the heart one. There's a shy flag. We'll name everything in a bit once I've copied this over. There's an angry one. For some reason, this whole of scared is in this one. That's very odd. I think I just need the rectangle. And happy, of course. Okay, that is copied over. And now I just need the scale of the heart. So it will be on design. And that comes in here. So let's turn Shy back on. Let's add a group and group everything else into the design. And we will pop the scale on, but I just realized that we're going to need to move the anchor point. Because that's going to be in the top corner again, and we don't want that. Almost there. There's a lot of shapes in this one. And happy. There we go. So now, if I've done this correctly, all the flags should be working. Yeah. And we can just add some residual animation to them. That did take a little time, but I think it was worth it. Okay, now we need to just add some extras to everything else. We'll hit save. The boring part is over. Hooray! Okay. So we want probably to increase the size of the mouth and maybe just jiggle the eyes up and down. That's what I'm thinking. And we want to start about here. Okay. Let's come back in so we can see what we're doing. And we go 5 frames forward. And we move the eyes up a bit. Oh, together, hopefully. Okay, we'll do it individually. Have it your way, After Effects. Have it your way. And then we can scale that up a bit. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, not like that. Don't do that. Yeah! Oh, it's so cute. I love it so much. It's such a happy little robot now. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Cool. Happy is done. Next flag is scared. So let's just figure out what everything is. That's the symbol on the side. Those are the lines underneath. Ah yes, this is why there's so many shapes in this one. We have a brow, we have another brow, mouth, eyes, line. Yes, also the line needed to be in front of the blue. Cool. Okay, now I know what everything is. What do we want to move? What do we want to move? I think the size of the symbol, we'll start with that. We can have that do that in that very anime way. Eyebrows moving would also be pretty good. I think they can just raise. Cool, and then I think the size of the eyes and the mouth can probably change as well. Yeah, I think that works. Maybe a bigger scale. Yeah, and I think the lines then need to just be under the eye so that it doesn't get that that weird overlap that we currently have. I don't want it in. There we go. Just want it on top. Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, angry. So angry. I think it's just going to be the mouth and the brows for this one. I don't think anything else will need to really move. I like it. I think the mouth needs to move a bit as well, though. Needs to come up. So angry. This robot is so angry right now. Nice. Okay. What is my next emotion? Shy. Shy is the one that I was a bit confused about animating, but I'm thinking maybe I'll add a blink. I think a blink. That might work. I'll need another pair of eyes, I think, then. We'll pull that blink. And we'll add a stroke to these shapes. Then we will take out one of these points. And then we'll open it. Why will you not let me open it? Maybe I need to open it. Curious. Oh, I know why. I need to select 2 points. There we go. Figured it out. Now we can close that. And we can do the same on the other side. And then all we want to do for this one is animate the opacity and have one on and one off. So if the eyes are on, the blink's off, and if the blink's on, the eyes are off. Yeah, I think that works nicely. Thank you. I like it a lot because it's subtle. I think the blushy one needs to be a bit more subtle than the other ones. Oh gosh, what are you doing, phone? Stop making noises. Apologies for that. Yeah. Was that it, or am I missing one? Let's go back around. Oh, that's it! We should have all our flags. All our flags are good. So we have our heart, our heartbeat, and our shy blink. And our very angry face. And our scared face, or shocked, I think is probably a better word. Scared / shocked. And happy. Oh, we have such an expressive robot now. Nice. Okay. What I'm gonna do with the wings is I'm gonna have them come back out so that I can work on the arms now. Because we want it to fold down, but then we also want the arms to be able to come on. And for the sake of arms being able to flick through different animations easily, I think I'm just gonna have them. It's gonna be more of a pop on than the rest of it. Like everything else has been quite smooth, but I think it would take a long time for the arms to completely come off and come on again. Especially if it's especially if the arms aren't that different. So let's turn the arms back on again. So we'd want the arms when this folds up. I think all we want is to change the opacity, kind of like we did with the blink. So at that point we want it off. And then at this point I think we want the top one on. Or maybe we wait until it's completely unfolded. And then we have the bottom part come on. So it's just a build, maybe. I don't know, like, I don't really like it. But I'm trying to think of what it would need to do practically. maybe I can do something a bit more fun and it still be practical. Also, I don't think my... Oh yeah, it kind of worked. The ultimate hasn't got the shape on it that it should do, so I need to fix that as well. I need to have a think. I'm gonna have a think, and I'm gonna get more tea for that. We'll go a bit longer, considering we started late today. We'll see if we can get the arms done, and then all the animation is done, and I just have to mess around with all the images off stream, because that's gonna be a pain. But yeah, until then, everybody have a bit of a stretch, get a refill of your drink. We will reconvene in 10 minutes. I will see you all in 10. I'm back! Ooh, let me find the right... There I am. Hello! Thank you for the follow, Zambi Quinn, and welcome in. I'm glad you like my Be Right Back screen. It's one of my favourite things. It was one of the first things I animated on stream. Way back when I started. So it might need a redo at some point, but not right now, because I have a few other things I need to be doing. Hello! No problem. Welcome in, I'm glad you could join the stream. We're making a robot. I'm good, thank you. We're making a robot for a mask stream that I'm going to be putting on soon. It's going to be like a puppet, like what I currently am, for one of the player characters. So we're just making some of the movements, and then we've done some emoji flags. I've left the happy one on because I want my robot to be happy. But we need to work on getting the arms in and out. So, I mean, we've got it, so if I turn the arms off, the arms would... where are they? Here they are. The robot would just kind of chill like this, with or without the sunroof open. So we're just working out how to animate the arms in. Thank you. Yeah, I'm doing good otherwise. Just trying to figure this out. Because I would like it to look like the arms are actually kind of unfolding. So maybe I will do that. I'll have to do it separately on... I think I'll have to do it separately, or maybe I won't. Okay, I'll try not to do it separately first, because that seems silly. Let's see. My arms... Ah, I see. Okay, so my arms aren't quite what I need them to be, because I did some magic in Illustrator with the thickness of the lines, and that doesn't translate into After Effects well. So I need to just quickly fix that, I think. Which just means I just need to pop into Illustrator and do an outline stroke. It should be so quick that I'm not even gonna bother taking the screen back. And then I can push it in like this. And let's grab those shapes and copy them into the arm. And then we'll remove them. Oh wait, did I put them in the wrong arm? I did! Hold on, well, let's pop them in the right arm. Okay, don't need that, and pasting those in there. Deleting these. Okay. We don't need Ultimate on for the time being. Ultimate is not engaged. Oh, and if I turn that off, there we go. And now I need to do it to the left arm. And then we should be good to go, because there's no point in me doing an animation when the path isn't correct. I won't be accounting for things. And I like the Ultimate arm too much to exclude it, because I like that it's just ridiculously jacked. Okay. There we go. That's not what I wanted. I needed to put these in arm. Okay. There we go. And this needs to rotate. Let's come in a bit. So do you do the VTube rigging in After Effects? So this is the first time I've done this sort of stuff in After Effects because it's all rigged usually in Character Animator. But I want there to be like a smoother way than things just popping for this robot. So what I'm going to do is animate it coming in and out in After Effects. And then I'm going to save all of those as PNGs, and I'm going to import that into Character Animator, who can then play it as an image sequence and hold on the last frame. It sounds very complicated, but it should work that way. Because then I get a nice smooth animation as opposed to it just popping when it changes limb. I'm hoping it's going to look super, super cool. I'm going to want this rotation mark in round about the middle of the circle. Nice, yeah. Yeah, it's a different way of working. I've not done this, but I'm hoping that it works. And if it doesn't, at least I tried. I just think it would be very cool to have it do that. So what I might need to do instead is have this animate as well. So I'm going to turn on rotation for the forearm and rotation for the entire layer. And we're gonna maybe just fold the arm in. And then I'm gonna need to do the same with the... Maybe I'll scale it as well, because there's different attachments going on. So how does that look? Yeah, it needs to be at a clear, like it needs to look like it's coming out of the hole, as opposed to going through the white section as well. So we'll need to make sure that it is able to do that. Let's think, how do I want to scale it? Because I don't mind if it looks like it's building on, which the scale might do. The basic scale is going to look like that. That's going to look very weird. Also, my layering is a thing, because it's going to be built in Character Animator, I can't keep swapping the layers around, so the arm's on top, which is where I'd want it for the performance. I need to make sure it's not rotated that far over. It would need to be within the confines of the egg. Which means I'm going to have to gently shove it over a bit, I think. Maybe rotation isn't what I want. I think the scaling could work, but I would need it to be in sections, I think. So like scaling here, and then scaling here. I think that would work. It could look like it's building. Recently started teaching yourself Illustrator. Something about the program makes sense to your brain, so you can finally start sharing the art in your head. Hooray! I thought about creating variations of character art that talk for the players who can't do video. Yeah, so it depends what you've got access to. If you've got access to the entire Adobe suite, you have access to Character Animator, which its beta is developing a free version for people to perform in, but there's also a way to unlock Performer mode, which is what I've given to my players in the past, and that lets you give people a puppet, and they don't have access to rigging or anything. All they can do is perform with the puppet as it's built. But if that, I mean, it's a lot to start with. It's how I did my my Christmas charity stream, which I think there's some highlights of, and it's on my YouTube channel if you wanted to have a look at what the puppets look like. But just basic PNG tubing to start off with is pretty cool, I think. Like it's just having like the two images, which I think is what you mean. Like having a mouth open and a mouth closed, and I see that a lot where also sometimes the characters are, whoever's talking is lit up, which can really be good when you've got characters who are animated, because it lets people know who's talking, as it's not as obvious with cameras. I'm gonna have a quick swig of tea. Yeah, but it's a really good idea for anyone who doesn't want to be on camera. And it's not the hardest thing to set up. It depends. There's so many different ways you can do it. Like, it really depends on what's works best for you and your stream and your players. Because if your players aren't great with having like a lot of technical things on, or maybe like their setup isn't super technical, like if they don't have a screen with a high resolution, then PNG tubing is probably the way to go. 2 images can be done pretty easily. Done that a lot in the past using the Discord API integration. Exactly. Yeah, like that's the easiest way of doing it for sure. And there's a few other ways of doing it, like there's some programs on Steam that are like for that sort of thing, and also you can just do it in OBS if you've got all your players' vocals on different things, but that doesn't always be. The only way I've seen that happen is if you're using like Video Ninja as your way of capturing everyone, so it isn't always the most practical. But the Discord one, so easy, and it's like no pain for your players at all. So it's just simple for everybody. Okay, let's scale that up, but it'd be really cool to see. I like see it because I see a lot of people starting to use that stuff in streams, and I really want to just keep using the puppets because I think it's a really fun way of bringing the characters to life. Okay, so this is the thumb. What kind of power do they need for performer mode? Different emotions plus talking would be cool. So the thing I really needed was a high-res screen, because in order for things to be shared, you probably need to have it shared using something like Video Ninja through their webcam, which means they need to set up a virtual webcam on their side with OBS, and they need to put a green screen or a blue screen or whatever behind the character in Character Animator so that you can key it out. So, and that's why you need like a pretty good screen resolution for your players, because you're going to be losing some of that quality via the webcam. But in terms of hardware, as long as they're not running anything else, they should be okay, as long as they have a decent processor and at least like, I'd say preferably 8 gigabytes of RAM, but you could probably get away with it with 4, just so that the machine doesn't chug. But if they play video games, they probably have the hardware. I would think, at least. Just because Character Animator does like to eat your RAM. Occasionally, like, Dungeon will start lagging a bit. She hasn't today. It's been good. But when she lags, I just need to give it a reset, and it's because of sharing all my RAM. It does tend to happen when I have After Effects open. Okay, I think all but one of them would be good to go. Johnny would definitely have to wait until his student finance comes in. Oh gosh. Yeah, if he's on a potato, then that might... it might not work out. You could always run some tests. I don't think it's going to be, like, destroying the machine, but, like, I definitely had a mix of hardware with my players in my Christmas stream. I'd say one is quite obviously has a slightly more basic setup than the others, just because they're like more like kind of soft and out of focus. But it was the first time I did it, so I was very happy to just, you know, run with it. Because it was all a big test. The elbow can shrink from there, the hand... Let's see. Got 6 gigabytes of RAM. Oh gosh. Oh no. Yeah. A nicer processor would definitely go a long way. Okay, well, let's see how this goes with the scaling. Okay. So I think I want things to come on a bit quicker because they're going to be not going to scale on separately because that would be weird. We want the elbow to scale on, then we want the forearm, I think. And then after that, we want the hand and the thumb joint, and then the fingers and the thumb can come on together. So it'll go beep boop beep boop beep. There's quite a lot, but I think we can bring the thumb joint to come on at the same time as the hand. I know it's a little bit in space, but it's so quick. And then we got this arm build animation going. So if I get these wings, if I just start it close so we can see what that would look like. I think that's looking good. Okay. It's just that it would take some time, but I think that's okay. I don't mind if it takes some time, and then it would go... Aha, okay, so I probably want it to go to there, and that's where we have the eye... Because I don't want it to fold in every time we change. I mean, I guess it could. It's not the end of the world. That it folds in and then folds out. think I can live with that. I'll see what is available to me on Character Animator when I go do it. But it would be nice to have it fold on. So this was all just the... So I'll need to do this again with everything in the forearm. Can't even vibe in a Discord video half the time. Ouch! Gosh. Fingers crossed that, you know, just whenever. I mean, it's not like the good thing about tabletop RPGs, I find, is that you're not restricted to hardware like other games, so it's nice, like, you can still play with people. I'm gonna take a quick sip of tea. How long did developing my style take? It's a hard question. I'd say I'm just constantly developing. The style that I've currently got, I think, has come about in the last 5 years, I would think. Kind of since I started doing my comics. But I was doing like all these simplified Illustrator monsters before that, which I kind of did before I made my comic account. It's just, I feel like, you know, style isn't a rigid thing. It kind of changes and kind of flows as you discover new techniques and improve, which I guess isn't the most satisfying answer. But I'd say after I started doing my comics, I started developing the style around that. So I guess the easy answer is 5 years, and the long answer is it's never done. Things are always flowing. But yeah, I'm happy with what I can do at this point, which is nice because I think it's rare that you get a designer say that. One of your best friends and 5 hours ahead. So tabletop RPGs have been a lifesaver. Time zones are they are butts. I'm gonna maybe do the laser now. That would be fun. I'm 5 hours ahead of some of my friends over in the States. So I understand that the time zones can be rough. Okay, I need to just group this laser up. I think I'm gonna do it all on one side and then duplicate it over. So I'm gonna group everything, like all these 3 bits here, because it's the end. I'm gonna call it the end. And then I want to group these circles with these shapes. We'll call it front, middle, and back. Laser-armed robot. It's got a few attachments. It's got the laser, and then the last one we need to do is the cannon. Which I'm very excited about, and is like for the ultimate attacks. I'm super happy with the way that this robot is going. Big boy, yeah. I hope that happens, because, you know, we're thinking Mask's character, you've got, you know, you gotta have an ultimate move. That's just what makes sense. And back. And then this is the main gun? Oh no. Okay. So this is empty. Okay. And that's the main gun. And that's the elbow. Nice. When is this game actually happening? Well, I haven't announced anything yet. This is the first I've spoken of it. I'm hoping late April. We'll see. I'm going to properly announce it when a date is secure. But hopefully April. I've got some of the other characters to build as well. I thought, since I want it to happen in April, I need to get my skates on and start actually making things. So that is why I'm building this today, but I'm having a lot of fun with it. Okay. So I need to make sure all of my scale points are where I want them. Not just floating in the middle of space, because that's not helpful. Let's move this over. And this one should come from here. Cool. Okay, and now I can put the scale on for all of these. Okay, so we've got the elbow, and then the main part of the gun, and then I think the back, the middle, ooh, get on there in the front. And then the end. So that should build up nicely. Boop, boop, boop. Nice. Yeah, that works for me. Laser. And then its arm is less bent and is more in an A pose, which it probably should be for rigging. Nice. Pressing save so I don't lose my work. And then the last thing I need, I'm gonna just turn the ultimate one on, is the cannon. How is this building on? Quickly, I imagine. Because there's a lot of lines in here, so that's just the color. Line. The lines can draw on, I suppose. Which would be fine. Front. And then cannon and elbow. So this one needs to scale up from there. The front can scale where it is. That should be fine. I understand entirely the event has taken some considerable pre-work and schedule pushback a couple of times. Ah, nice. Well, not nice that it's had some pushback, but that it's been planning. It's the first narrative combat crossover. The lines between the parties will be basically non-existent for 4 whole sessions. Ooh! It does sound like something that needs a lot of planning, so that sounds exciting. Yeah, like those big things you need to put the time in for. And you're like, oh, I just want to do it. But it is always nice to, when you see like all of that hard work come together. Okay, those are the lines. Scales. So I need my elbow. Here it is. And then maybe this one can take 10 frames because it's a bigger shape. And that will give me some more time for the lines to draw on. Pop that in. For sure. I've been testing out different mechanic alterations for combat and the like. Kids on Brooms is an absolute delight of a system. It's very cool. I haven't played it, but I really want to. But it is geared towards short adventures, yeah. I tend to like doing one-shots on, because of that, just things that I know aren't gonna go on for too long. Because none of my players can really commit to any long streams, so it just tends to be like these nice one-offs. Do you usually GM? Yes. Well, privately, I'd say I'm more of a player than a GM, but I have just, I'm kind of both. I kind of do both. We all take in turns, which I think is really nice. So if someone's GM'd for a long time, we usually like to give them a break so they can be a player. Okay, how does that work? Ooh. Interesting. Ultimate arm doesn't fit very well, but that's okay. I think it doesn't need to. Because it's never going to be the thing crammed in there. Nice. Let's turn it off so I can see what it would look like folded. Nice. Cannon! We have the cannon. It is animated. We have the technology. We also did one-shots and minis exclusive for a long time. Yeah, we're kind of in that phase at the moment. We've done a lot of long-running stories. Also, I think there's just going to be a lot of change in our group recently. We've got a lot of expected bubbers, and that's very exciting, but it just means we'll probably be taking a break in the summer. So we just don't want to get into any long campaigns. Canon accomplished! Hooray! Very exciting new parentals. Not me, but some other people. Some other friends, so that's exciting. It's another reason we want to get this done in April. So we're clear of the Babas. I think... Now I'm trying to think of what else did I want to animate on this thing. I have animated a lot of parts. And do I dare say that I am done? Let's go through it. We've done the sunroof and the flags. We've done the wings. We've done the arm, the cannon, and the laser. There's the red version of the hand for when it's in attack mode, but I'm gonna just change the color and duplicate what we have, because why wouldn't I? I don't need to animate the eyes. So, oh my gosh, we might be there. We might be done. Somehow managed to string together 12 players who are mostly able to attend weekly sessions. 12 players who could all achieve the same schedule? My god. What eldritch god did you pray to? That's very impressive. I'm like, that's super impressive. That's great. Okay. We might leave this friend here. Well, actually, first of all, I'm gonna duplicate the arm so that there's two of them. And then we'll... I need to change the rotation. Okay. Hold on a second. I've got a better idea. I know a way of doing this. With a null object. It's 2 parties, so 6 foot. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. If I flip it, then it should flip the rotation. It does. Oh, he folds away so nicely. I'm so excited. Hang on a second, because he's in attack mode with these, I'm very quickly, just so that we can see what he would look like, we're gonna switch him to attack mode. Attack mode initiated. Happy flag invalid. We need to change this. It needs to be angry flag. There we go. Now we're suited for battle. So threatening. Such an angry robot. The Eldritch Deities is one of your Friday players and you. Of course. I knew there'd be someone there. The most threatening egg! I'm very happy with the way it looks. I really, really hope I can get it to work in Character Animator. And I am going to do that off stream, because that's just going to be me getting confused. And I think that won't be as entertaining as watching this egg slowly get angrier and angrier. But I like it. I'm very happy with this. And I hope I can get it to work. And if I get it to work, I'll show it off at the beginning of my next stream. And then people can see it when we do the game. And hopefully it just has everything it needs. So let me look. Let me have a look. I should be streaming on the 3rd. That should be fine. So my next stream will be Sunday the 3rd, 10 AM, British summertime. British summertime now. But stream is getting confused as why streaming started. It won't be the entertaining confusion, because there'll be nothing happening on screen. It'll just me being like, what is this layer? And becoming very increasingly more silent as I get more frustrated. But we'll figure it. I'm gonna figure this out, and because I need a bit of a break anyway. And we'll pick it up. I'll show off my progress next week, and maybe we'll make like another character. Hopefully, if this one is done, we'll do that. But I think we'll call it there then for today. I'm happy with where this is at. I'm going to end the stream giving you Doctor Who Grumpy Robot vibes. Nice, thank you. My partner said it was something like from Doctor Who, like there was some like emoji robots, and I need to look it up. And I will do. Especially the grumpy one. Cool. But I'm gonna head off and I'm gonna have some lunch. Because I need some food because my brain is starting to stall. Yes, thank you for catching the stream. It was good to have everyone. Thank you for chatting. Partner is awesome. He is. I'll send the love across. But everybody have a good rest of your weekend and a good week. And I will see you next weekend. I will see you on Sunday. Have a good one. Bye.